Welcome to Fall Asleep To. This is a quiet place created for rest, softness, and slow moments that ask nothing from you. Tonight's story is read by Boris in a calm and steady voice, meant to stay gentle and unhurried, allowing your body and mind to settle naturally. There is nothing you need to focus on. There is nothing you need to remember. You do not have to follow every word. You can simply let the sound of this voice and the images it brings move past you slowly, like warm air drifting through an open room. Tonight, you are invited into a small, cozy bakery, somewhere quiet, somewhere ordinary, somewhere safe. Not a busy place filled with noise or urgency, but a bakery that exists in the early hours of the morning when the world outside is still asleep and only the most patient work has begun. This is not a story about events or conflict. Nothing dramatic happens here. There are no problems to solve, no tension to hold, no direction you need to follow. This is simply a place to rest inside. Imagine a time before sunrise when streets are mostly empty and the air feels clean and cool. The bakery is already awake, but gently so. Its lights are soft, its warmth contained, its sounds slow and familiar. This is a place shaped by repetition, by habit, by movements that have been practiced so many times they no longer carry stress. As Boris reads, you may imagine yourself stepping inside this bakery, or you may simply listen without forming clear pictures at all. Both are perfectly fine. Sleep does not require effort, and neither does this story. You might notice your breathing beginning to slow. Your shoulders may drop slightly. Your jaw may unclench without you realizing it. These are not things you need to control. They happen naturally when the mind recognizes that it is safe to rest. This bakery does not demand attention. It does not rush. It does not interrupt. It simply exists, warm and steady, allowing time to move at its own pace. Throughout this story, the world will remain small. The sounds will remain gentle. The atmosphere will stay consistent and calm. There will be no sudden changes. Nothing will pull you back into alertness. If thoughts appear, that is fine. If memories drift in, that is fine too. You do not need to push them away. You can allow them to pass through like quiet reflections on a window, fading on their own. The purpose of Fall Asleep To is not to entertain in the usual sense. It is to create a space where sleep feels natural again. A space where the nervous system can slow down. A space where the mind does not feel watched or pressured. As Boris continues reading, the story will move gently through the bakery. You will notice simple actions, slow movements, familiar sensations. The kneading of dough, the warmth of an oven, the quiet presence of early morning work that has no urgency attached to it. This is the kind of place where time stretches softly, where minutes are not counted, where progress happens quietly in the background. You may stay awake for a while, listening calmly, or sleep may arrive quickly, pulling you under without warning. Both outcomes are welcome here. There is no correct way to experience this story. You do not need to finish it. You do not need to remember it. You do not need to stay present. All you need to do is allow the voice to remain gentle, the pace to remain slow, and your body to choose its own rhythm. The bakery is warm. The night is quiet. The work is steady and calm. And as this story continues, you are free to rest. You arrive without any sense of hurry. The street outside the bakery feels calm in a way that suggests the night has settled into itself. There is no rush in the air, no pressure to move quickly, no sound that asks for your attention. The buildings stand quietly, and the space between them feels open and unclaimed. Your steps are slow and unforced, guided more by comfort than intention. The bakery door opens smoothly, without resistance. It does not creak or scrape. It simply allows you to pass through. As you step inside, the temperature changes gently. The cool air from outside gives way to a contained warmth that surrounds you without weight. It is not overwhelming. It is not sudden. It feels like a steady presence that has been waiting patiently. When the door closes behind you, it does so softly. The sound is muted and brief. The street remains outside, separate and distant. Whatever exists beyond the door does not follow you in. The bakery holds its own atmosphere, quiet and undisturbed. Inside, the light is low and even. It does not glare or flicker. It rests calmly on wooden surfaces, metal racks, and tiled floors, smoothing edges and softening shadows. Nothing reflects sharply. Nothing stands out too much. The space feels balanced, as if every object has found its place and decided to stay there. You pause for a moment, allowing your body to register where it is. The air carries a faint scent of flour and warmth. It is subtle, not sweet, not strong. It simply belongs here. Beneath it is another smell, deeper and calmer, the quiet promise of bread that has been here before and will be here again. There is no need to speak. No one expects you to announce yourself. The bakery feels accustomed to quiet arrivals. It understands people who enter without words, who carry tiredness without explanation. It is a place shaped by early hours and patient routines, where silence is familiar and welcome. A few sounds rest in the background. They are steady and unremarkable, blending together into a soft layer of presence. A low hum from a machine somewhere behind a wall, the gentle movement of air, the contained breath of an oven holding its warmth. None of these sounds rise above the others. They exist together without competition. You move further inside, your steps light and unforced. The floor beneath you feels solid and dependable. Nothing shifts unexpectedly. Nothing startles. Each movement you make is absorbed by the room, leaving no sharp echo behind. There is a chair near the side, simple and unadorned. It is placed there not to draw attention, but to be available. You settle into it slowly. The chair supports you without complaint. Your shoulders lower, almost on their own. Your hands rest comfortably, no longer holding tension out of habit. The bakery does not rush to reveal itself. It allows you to notice it gradually. The wooden table bears small marks from years of use, softened by time. A folded cloth rests nearby, clean and ready. Metal trays sit stacked in an orderly way, quiet and patient. Everything feels prepared, yet nothing feels urgent. Your breathing begins to change without effort. It lengthens slightly. The pauses between breaths grow more comfortable. This is not something you need to control. The room encourages it naturally. Your body responds to warmth, to steady sounds, to the absence of demand. If thoughts drift in, they do not find much to hold on to here. The bakery offers no sharp edges for them to catch on. Concerns feel less immediate. Tasks feel farther away. The space allows your attention to soften rather than focus. Somewhere nearby, movement begins. It is slow and careful. A drawer opens quietly. A container is shifted with intention. A metal surface touches another with a dull, gentle sound. These movements carry no stress. They suggest familiarity rather than effort. You are aware of another presence in the room, but it does not intrude. The person working moves with ease, guided by routine rather than urgency. Their actions do not pull your attention sharply. They simply add to the rhythm of the space, reinforcing its calm. The light remains unchanged. The warmth remains steady. The sounds continue at the same level, neither increasing nor fading away. This consistency tells your nervous system that there is nothing new to prepare for, nothing unexpected will happen. Your body grows heavier in a comfortable way. The chair feels more supportive. The warmth reaches deeper into your chest and shoulders. The small muscles that usually stay alert begin to rest. The bakery holds this moment gently. It does not push you forward. It does not require you to stay present. It allows you to be exactly where you are, doing nothing more than existing inside a quiet, ordinary space. The door behind you remains closed. The outside world stays outside. Inside, the calm continues, steady and unbroken, inviting you to remain as long as you need, or to drift away when sleep begins to take over. The work begins quietly, without any clear signal that something has started. There is no announcement, no sharp change in sound or movement. The bakery simply shifts into motion in the same gentle way it has done countless times before. A container is opened. A bowl is set down on the wooden table. These actions do not ask for attention. They simply exist within the calm that already fills the room. You watch as flour is added to the bowl. It falls softly, like fine powder settling into place. The sound it makes is barely there, more a suggestion than a noise. The surface smooths itself naturally, forming a pale, even layer that reflects the warm light without brightness. Flour has a quiet presence. It does not shine. It does not demand. It waits. The person working moves with unhurried certainty. There is no hesitation in their hands, but there is no rush either. Each movement feels measured, not because it is calculated, but because it has been repeated enough times to become familiar. The bowl is steadied, the flour is adjusted, nothing is wasted, nothing is forced. Water follows, poured slowly into the center of the flour. It darkens the pale surface, spreading gently outward. The sound is soft and contained, absorbed by the bowl and the room. The water disappears into the flour gradually, as if the two recognize each other. There is no splash, no sharp edge to the motion. A small amount of salt is added next. It is not dramatic, it is simply part of the rhythm. The salt blends in quietly, changing the mixture in ways that are not immediately visible but deeply important. The bakery understands that small additions can matter greatly, even when they pass almost unnoticed. The yeast comes last. It is handled with care, not reverence, but respect. Yeast is alive, but it does not hurry. It works invisibly, slowly, without needing encouragement. The baker adds it without ceremony, trusting it to do what it has always done. The hands move into the bowl. At first the mixture resists. It clings unevenly. It is rough at the edges, but the hands do not react to this. They do not tense or correct sharply. They fold and press, guiding the ingredients together patiently. The sound of kneading begins, quiet and steady. It is not loud enough to pull focus. It blends with the hum of the room, a soft pressure against wood, a gentle shift, a muted rhythm that repeats without variation. You feel your breathing begin to match this pace, not consciously, it simply happens. Inhale, exhale. The pattern settles into something slower and deeper than before. Your body responds to repetition with trust. The dough begins to change. It gathers itself. It becomes more cohesive, more willing to move as one. The hands continue their work without comment. They press with a heel, then fold the dough back over itself. Each movement is smooth, familiar, and unforced. The table beneath absorbs the motion. It has carried this work many times. It creaks slightly, not in protest, but as a quiet acknowledgement of use. The sound is rounded and calm, softened by years of similar moments. The air in the bakery feels warmer now, not because the temperature has changed, but because the activity gives the warmth something to gather around. The scent deepens slightly. Flour becomes something more. Yeast begins its quiet work. The promise of bread settles into the room. You remain where you are, watching without effort. There is nothing you need to interpret, nothing you need to anticipate. The work unfolds at its own pace, and that pace asks nothing from you. If thoughts drift through your mind, they do not stay long. The steady repetition leaves little space for them to build momentum. They pass gently, like dust motes floating through warm air, visible for a moment, then gone. The baker dusts a small amount of flour onto the table. It falls lightly and settles without disturbance. The dough is turned onto the surface. It resists briefly, then yields. The hands continue their slow negotiation, pressing and folding, pressing and folding. There is no sign of frustration, no attempt to rush the process. The baker trusts time. They understand that effort applied steadily is enough. There is no need to add tension to make progress happen. Your body recognizes this absence of urgency. Muscles that usually remain engaged begin to loosen. Your shoulders soften. Your jaw rests more easily. The chair supports you fully now, and you allow it to. The background sounds remain constant, the low hum, the quiet movement of air, the distant warmth of the oven. Nothing changes suddenly. Nothing interrupts. The dough grows smoother under the hands. Its surface tightens gently. It responds to patience. The baker slows even more, sensing when the work has reached a natural pause. The final folds are light. The pressure eases. The dough is lifted carefully and placed back into the bowl. The bowl is turned slightly. The surface is smoothed with a calm motion that feels almost reassuring. A cloth is laid gently over the top, covering the dough without sealing it tightly. The cloth rests there, undisturbed. Beneath it, the dough will change on its own. It does not need to be watched closely. It does not need to be corrected. You notice how this moment mirrors what your body needs now. Time without interruption, space without expectation, a chance to change quietly, without effort. The baker sets the bowl aside, choosing a warm corner where the dough can rest. The table is wiped slowly. The flour is gathered. The tools are returned to their places. The kneading has ended, but the calm remains. The room holds the same steady atmosphere. Nothing has been rushed. Nothing has been left unfinished. You feel heavier, in a comforting way. Your breathing remains slow and even. The bakery continues its quiet rhythm, and you remain within it, supported by warmth, repetition, and the simple certainty that nothing needs to happen quickly here. You remain seated in the same quiet place, and the bakery seems to adjust around that stillness rather than disturb it. Nothing calls for your attention. The room continues its calm rhythm, as if it has accepted your presence without needing to acknowledge it directly. The warmth stays even, settling gently across the space and resting there. A cup is placed nearby, not suddenly, not with ceremony. It appears as if it has always belonged there. The sound it makes as it meets the surface is soft and contained, barely rising above the background hum. Steam lifts slowly from its surface, thin and quiet, dissolving into the warm air without urgency. You wrap your hands around the cup and feel the heat travel into your palms. It spreads slowly, easing tension you did not realize was there. Your fingers loosen, your wrists soften. The warmth moves upward, subtle and steady, encouraging your shoulders to relax even further. The cup does not need to be lifted quickly. There is no rush to drink. Simply holding it is enough. The heat becomes a point of focus without demanding attention, grounding you gently in the present moment. Your breathing remains slow and even, guided more by comfort than intention. The scent rising from the cup is mild and familiar. It does not overwhelm. It blends easily with the bakery air, becoming part of the same calm layer of sensation. Whether it is tea or warm water, it does not matter. What matters is the quiet ritual of holding something warm in both hands, while nothing else asks for effort. The light in the bakery remains unchanged. It rests evenly across the floor and counters, smoothing every surface. Shadows stay soft. Nothing flickers or shifts. This consistency tells your body that it can remain relaxed, that there is no need to stay alert. In the background, the baker moves gently from one task to another. Their presence is steady and reassuring, never intrusive. Tools are returned to their places. A cloth is folded. A tray is adjusted slightly on a rack. Each movement is slow and deliberate, as if guided by an internal rhythm that does not change. You notice small details now, not because they stand out, but because your mind has slowed enough to receive them without effort. The grain of the wooden table, the smooth curve of the bowl resting nearby, the faint marks left by years of careful work. These details do not tell a story, they simply exist, calm and familiar. The cup continues to warm your hands. Even as the heat begins to fade slightly, it leaves behind a sense of comfort. Your grip loosens further. Your hands rest more heavily now, supported by the simple weight of the cup. Your breathing deepens without conscious direction. Each inhale feels unforced. Each exhale releases a little more tension. The space between breaths grows longer and more comfortable, as if your body is settling into a rhythm it remembers well. The bakery sounds remain constant. The low hum, the gentle movement of air, the distant warmth of the oven. These sounds do not layer over one another aggressively. They blend into a single, steady presence that fills the room without crowding it. You realize that nothing new needs to happen. There is no expectation of change. The bakery is content to remain exactly as it is, and that contentment extends to you. You are allowed to remain here without contributing, without responding, without preparing. If thoughts appear, they feel softer now. They arrive without sharp edges and drift away before they can gather strength. The calm of the space does not give them anything to hold on to. They fade naturally, like steam rising from the cup and disappearing into the air. The baker pauses briefly, standing still, as if listening to the room itself. Then they continue, moving quietly, respecting the atmosphere they have helped create. Their movements reinforce the sense that everything here happens at a pace that allows rest. You take a small sip from the cup, slowly and without urgency. The warmth spreads gently through your chest, adding to the feeling of safety and ease. You do not need to finish the drink. You do not need to remember the taste. The moment is enough on its own. Your eyelids feel heavier now, not because you are forcing them closed, but because your body recognizes that it no longer needs to stay open and watchful. The bakery holds the space for you. The sounds remain steady. The warmth remains constant. You settle deeper into the chair. The cup rests comfortably in your hands. The room continues its quiet rhythm around you, unchanged and unchanging. There is nothing you need to do next. There is nowhere you need to go. The bakery allows you to remain exactly where you are, held by warmth, repetition, and calm. And as the moment stretches gently forward, you feel yourself drifting closer to rest, supported by the quiet presence of the room and the simple comfort of warmth held in your hands. With the dough covered and set aside, the bakery settles into an even quieter phase. Nothing stops completely, but the energy softens, spreading evenly through the room. The work has reached a natural pause, and the space responds by becoming more still, as if it understands that rest is now part of the process. The bowl sits undisturbed in a warm corner, The cloth draped over it lies smoothly, its edges relaxed. Beneath it, the dough begins its slow transformation, unseen and unobserved. There is no sound to mark this change. It happens gently, quietly, without announcement. The bakery trusts this invisible work, and so it allows time to move freely. You remain in your seat, feeling the same permission extend toward you. There is nothing you need to monitor, nothing you need to adjust. Your body can follow the same example as the dough, settling into stillness without effort. The baker wipes the table slowly, gathering the remaining flour into soft lines. The motion is calm and unhurried, guided by habit rather than urgency. The cloth moves across the wood with a muted sound, barely noticeable. The table is left clean, ready, and quiet once again. A tray is slid gently into place. A bowl is moved a few inches. Each action is small and careful, as if the room itself prefers not to be disturbed. Even metal sounds subdued here, softened by familiarity and restraint. The oven continues to hold its warmth. It breathes quietly, radiating a steady heat that fills the bakery without pressing outward. The warmth settles into the walls, the counters, the floor, and into you. It is a contained warmth, calm and reliable, never sharp. Your breathing remains slow and even. Each breath feels complete. The pause between breaths stretches comfortably, without strain. Your chest rises and falls gently, guided by the steady atmosphere around you. The cup in your hands has cooled slightly now, but it still carries a trace of warmth. Your fingers rest loosely around it. There is no need to lift it again. Simply holding it is enough. The remaining heat reminds your body that it is supported. The light in the bakery remains constant. It does not change with the passing minutes. It rests quietly on surfaces, smoothing edges and softening corners. Nothing flickers, nothing shifts suddenly. This consistency reassures your senses, allowing them to remain relaxed. You become aware of how heavy your body feels in a comforting way. The chair supports you fully. Your legs rest without tension. Your shoulders sink naturally. The small muscles that usually stay alert release their effort one by one. The sounds in the room blend into a single steady layer. The hum of machinery, the gentle movement of air, the contained warmth of the oven. None of these sounds rise above the others. They remain even, predictable, and calm. Your thoughts move more slowly now. They arrive without urgency and fade without resistance. The bakery does not encourage mental activity. It offers no sharp details to analyze, no changes to anticipate. The environment allows your mind to rest as easily as your body. The baker checks the resting dough with a brief glance, then moves away. There is no need to touch it, no need to interfere. The dough has been given what it needs. Time will do the rest. This quiet trust settles into you as well. You do not need to manage your rest. You do not need to direct sleep to arrive. Your body understands how to rest when the conditions are right, and here the conditions are gentle and supportive. Your eyelids feel heavier now, not suddenly, but gradually, as if they are responding to a long-held signal. You allow them to close for a moment, then open again briefly, only to find that keeping them open requires more effort than letting them rest. The bakery continues unchanged. The door remains closed. The outside world stays distant. Inside, warmth and calm remain steady and uninterrupted. The dough rests quietly under its cloth. You rest quietly in your seat. Both of you are allowed this pause. Both of you are changing slowly, invisibly, in ways that do not need attention. As the minutes stretch forward, the room seems to hold you more securely. The sounds soften further, not by disappearing, but by blending together more completely. The warmth feels deeper, as if it has settled into your core. You no longer need to observe the space around you. It is enough to be part of it. Your awareness drifts gently inward, guided by comfort rather than thought. The bakery remains patient. It does not hurry the morning. It does not demand movement. It simply continues, steady and calm, allowing rest to unfold naturally. And as this quiet moment extends, you feel yourself drifting deeper into stillness, supported by warmth, repetition, and the simple certainty that nothing needs to happen quickly here. Time moves differently now. The dough rests beneath its cloth, and the bakery seems to adjust its pace around that stillness. Nothing is hurried, nothing presses forward. The room allows minutes to pass without marking them, as if the idea of counting has gently slipped away. The bowl remains where it was placed, in a warm and sheltered corner. The cloth lies loosely across the top, unmoving. Beneath it, the dough begins its slow and quiet work. There is no visible sign of change yet, no movement to follow, no sound to listen for. The transformation happens without drawing attention to itself. This kind of change does not ask to be observed. It happens best when left alone. The bakery understands this well. It has learned, over many mornings, that patience is not something to practice actively. It is something to allow. The warmth of the room stays steady. It does not rise or fall noticeably. It holds everything evenly, like a gentle blanket spread across the space. The oven continues to breathe quietly, maintaining a temperature that feels calm and reliable. The walls absorb the heat, the floor holds it, the air carries it softly from one corner to another. You remain where you are, feeling no urge to shift or adjust. Your body has settled into the rhythm of the room. Your breathing stays slow and deep, guided by comfort rather than intention. Each breath feels complete on its own, without effort or thought. The baker moves occasionally, but their presence does not interrupt the stillness. A tray is lifted, then set down. A container is opened, then closed. These actions are performed gently, without haste. The movements respect the quiet, reinforcing it rather than breaking it. The dough continues to rise, unseen and unheard. Tiny changes take place within it, too small and too gradual to notice moment by moment. Air gathers softly, structure forms without force. Everything happens at the pace it needs. This quiet process mirrors what happens within you. Small shifts occur beneath the surface. Muscles release a little more tension. Thoughts slow further. Awareness drifts inward, no longer scanning the room for change. The light remains constant. It does not brighten or dim. It rests calmly on surfaces, maintaining the same gentle tone. Shadows stay soft and unmoving. The consistency allows your senses to relax completely. The bakery sounds blend together into a single, smooth layer. The hum of machinery, the faint movement of air, the distant warmth of the oven. None of these sounds stand out. They form a steady presence that fills the room without demanding attention. Your hands rest comfortably now, no longer holding anything. The cup sits nearby, forgotten without concern. Your fingers remain relaxed. Your shoulders stay lowered. Your jaw rests easily. Your body no longer feels the need to maintain readiness. Time stretches gently. It does not drag. It does not rush. It simply exists, open and unstructured. The bakery does not try to fill it. It allows it to remain spacious. The baker glances briefly toward the resting dough, then continues with other tasks. There is no need to check closely. Experience has taught them that patience brings the best results. Trust replaces monitoring. The dough will rise when it is ready. This quiet trust extends to you as well. You do not need to monitor your rest. You do not need to check whether sleep is arriving correctly. Your body knows how to move towards stillness when given the chance. Your eyelids feel heavier now, resting comfortably in their sockets. Opening them requires a small effort, one that no longer feels necessary. The room remains the same whether your eyes are open or closed. Nothing changes in response. The warmth of the bakery settles deeper, reaching into places that usually stay guarded. Your chest feels open. Your breathing remains slow and steady. The rhythm is familiar and reassuring. The dough continues its unseen work, gathering softness and air beneath the cloth. It grows quietly, without strain. No force is applied. No correction is needed. Time does what it does best. You feel a similar softness developing within you. Your awareness loosens its grip. Thoughts lose their urgency. Sensations blur slightly at the edges, blending into a comfortable whole. The bakery holds this moment patiently. It does not rush toward morning. It does not demand progress. It simply continues, warm and calm, allowing rest to unfold naturally. As minutes pass without notice, the room remains unchanged. The bowl stays covered, the cloth stays still, the warmth stays steady, the sounds stay gentle. You are supported by this quiet consistency. There is nothing you need to respond to, nothing you need to prepare for. The space has done its work by remaining exactly as it is. And as the dough rises quietly beneath its cloth, you drift further into rest, guided by patience, warmth, and the simple comfort of a room that understands the value of waiting. When the time feels right, the baker returns to the bowl. There is no signal that announces this moment. No clock is checked. No rule is consulted. It happens through familiarity, through a quiet sense developed over many mornings like this one. The cloth is lifted slowly, and the dough is revealed without ceremony. The surface of the dough looks slightly different now. It has softened, it has relaxed. It holds a subtle fullness that was not there before. This change has happened quietly, without observation, and the bakery accepts it without comment. The baker touches the dough gently, not to test it, but to greet it. The pressure is light and careful. The dough yields easily, then settles back into itself. There is no resistance, no correction needed. The baker nods almost imperceptibly, satisfied without being expressive. The dough is turned out onto the wooden table. It lands with a soft sound that blends into the background hum. A light dusting of flour is added, just enough to prevent sticking. The flour falls gently and settles without drifting. Hands move slowly now, shaping rather than kneading. The motions are calm and deliberate. The dough is folded inward, then turned, folded again, then rested. There is no rush to reach a final form. Each movement allows the dough to relax further. The baker works in silence. The hands understand what to do without instruction. The movements follow a rhythm that has no sharp edges. Press, fold, turn, pause. The pauses are as important as the actions themselves. You remain seated, watching without effort. The room stays quiet. The warmth remains even. The background sounds continue at the same steady level, unchanged by the activity at the table. Your breathing mirrors the pace of the hands, slow and steady, in and out. The pauses between breaths stretch comfortably. Your body feels heavier now, supported by the chair and the warmth of the room. The dough is divided gently, not cut with force but separated with care. Each portion is handled as if it deserves patience. The baker shapes each piece slowly, guiding it into form without pressing too hard. The dough responds willingly, settling into rounded shapes that feel calm and complete. The wooden table absorbs the motion. It does not echo. It does not amplify sound. It has learned how to hold this work quietly. The faint sounds of shaping remain soft and rounded, never pulling focus. The baker places each shaped piece onto a tray, spacing them evenly. There is no urgency to fill the tray quickly. Each piece is given its own place. The tray is moved gently, without clatter, and set aside. The light remains steady. It does not change as the work continues. Shadows stay soft. Nothing flickers. The consistency of the space tells your senses that nothing unexpected will happen. Your thoughts drift more slowly now. They arrive without structure and leave without resistance. There is no narrative forming, no problem to solve. The simple repetition of movement leaves little room for mental effort. The baker wipes their hands lightly on a cloth. The cloth is folded and placed back where it belongs. Tools are returned to their places with care. Everything moves toward order without being forced. The shaped dough rests again, this time on trays, allowed another quiet pause. The bakery understands that rest is part of shaping. Nothing is hurried toward completion. You feel a similar permission within yourself. You are not being shaped into anything tonight. You are not being prepared for anything. You are simply allowed to be. The warmth in the room feels deeper now, reaching into your chest and shoulders. Your muscles remain loose. Your jaw stays relaxed. Your eyelids feel heavier, resting comfortably. The sounds of the bakery remain unchanged. The low hum, the gentle movement of air, the distant warmth of the oven. These sounds blend together smoothly, forming a steady background that supports rest. The baker steps away from the table, leaving the shaped dough to rest. There is no need to watch it, no need to intervene. Time will do the rest of the work. You feel yourself drifting further inward. Awareness softens at the edges. Sensations blend together. The room feels distant and close at the same time, holding you gently. The bakery continues its quiet rhythm. Nothing speeds up, nothing slows down. Everything moves at the same calm pace. The shaped dough rests on its trays. You rest in your seat. Both of you are held by the same patience, the same warmth, the same quiet trust in time. And as this gentle shaping gives way to another pause, you feel yourself sinking deeper into stillness, supported by soft hands, slow movements, and a room that understands there is no need to hurry. The trays are set aside in a quiet part of the bakery, away from movement and drafts. They rest on a low shelf where the warmth is gentle and consistent. Nothing draws attention to them. They are not displayed. They are simply placed where they can remain undisturbed. Each piece of dough sits calmly on its tray, holding its shape without effort. There is no visible motion, no sign of activity, yet beneath the surface, change continues quietly. Air gathers slowly. Structure strengthens. This work does not announce itself. It does not hurry. It happens best when left alone. The baker steps back and allows this stillness to settle. There is no need to hover, no need to adjust. Experience has taught that patience brings balance, and balance brings softness. The bakery respects this pause as much as any active task. You remain seated, feeling no urge to follow the trays with your eyes. The room itself feels settled now, as if it has accepted that nothing needs to be done for a while. The warmth stays even. The light remains unchanged. The sounds continue at the same low, steady level. Your breathing continues its slow rhythm. Each inhale feels full without strain. Each exhale releases a little more weight. The space between breaths stretches comfortably, allowing your body to rest deeper with each cycle. The trays do not demand attention. They do not invite checking. They simply exist within the warmth, trusting time to do what it always does. The bakery has learned that observation does not speed this process. Interference does not improve it. Only patience allows it to unfold properly. The baker moves quietly elsewhere in the room, perhaps preparing another surface, perhaps simply waiting. Their presence remains calm and unintrusive. Movements are slow and careful, guided by routine rather than urgency. The oven continues to hold its heat. It radiates gently, filling the room with a steady warmth that does not fluctuate. This warmth supports everything in the space, from the dough to the walls to you. Your body responds to this consistency by settling further. Muscles soften. Small areas of tension release without effort. Your shoulders sink comfortably. Your jaw rests easily. Your hands remain relaxed. Time feels less structured here. Minutes pass without marking themselves. There is no sense of progress that needs to be tracked. The bakery allows time to remain open and unmeasured. The trays rest quietly. The dough within them continues its unseen work. It grows softer and fuller at its own pace. There is no rush toward completion. The process honors its own timing. You notice how this quiet waiting mirrors what your body needs now. There is no requirement to reach sleep quickly. There is no expectation to perform rest correctly. You are simply allowed to remain here, letting stillness deepen naturally. The sounds in the bakery blend together into a smooth, even layer. The hum of equipment, the gentle movement of air, the contained warmth of the oven. None of these sounds stand out. They support one another, creating a stable background that encourages calm. Your thoughts move slowly now, arriving without urgency and leaving without resistance. They do not form patterns or narratives. They drift gently, like soft reflections on warm surfaces, fading before they can gather weight. The baker glances toward the trays briefly, then turns away again. There is nothing to correct, nothing to adjust. The dough has been given what it needs. Time will take care of the rest. Your eyelids feel heavier now, resting comfortably. Opening them feels unnecessary. The room remains the same whether you watch it or not. Nothing changes in response to your attention. The bakery holds this pause with care. It does not rush toward the next step. It allows the proofing trays to remain exactly where they are, undisturbed and supported by warmth. Your awareness drifts inward. Sensations soften. The boundaries between sounds, warmth, and stillness blur gently together. You feel supported by the space without needing to interact with it. The trays remain quiet. The dough continues its slow transformation. The bakery remains patient. You remain still. This shared patience settles deeply into your body. There is no need to anticipate what comes next. The present moment is complete on its own. As time continues to stretch gently forward, you feel yourself drifting closer to rest, supported by warmth, repetition, and the calm certainty that nothing needs to happen quickly here. When the moment arrives, it does so quietly. There is no signal that announces a change. No sudden movement interrupts the calm. The bakery simply shifts gently into the next phase of its steady rhythm. The baker approaches the proofing trays with the same unhurried care that has guided every action so far. The trays are lifted slowly, one at a time. The dough rests calmly on each surface, holding its shape without strain. There is no urgency in the movement. Each tray is supported fully, carried with patience, and guided toward the oven without haste. The oven door opens smoothly. It does not clang or scrape. The sound is muted and familiar, softened by repetition. Warm air escapes briefly, spreading gently into the room. It does not rush outward. It settles, deepening the existing warmth rather than changing it abruptly. The trays slide into place with care. Metal meets metal softly, without sharp sound. Each tray is positioned deliberately, leaving space between them. The baker does not hurry to close the door. The oven remains open for a moment longer, as if allowing the warmth to breathe. Then the door closes, calmly and securely. The sound is contained. The warmth stays inside. The first bake has begun. Nothing visible happens right away. The dough does not rise suddenly. There is no dramatic transformation. The process begins invisibly, guided by heat and time working together in quiet cooperation. The bakery understands this pace and does not attempt to speed it along. The oven resumes its steady presence. Its warmth radiates evenly, filling the room without intensity. The air feels slightly richer now, carrying a deeper sense of comfort. The temperature remains balanced, never pressing, never demanding awareness. You remain seated, feeling the warmth reach you more fully. It settles into your chest and shoulders, spreading gently through your body. Your breathing remains slow and steady, each breath feeling complete without effort. The sounds in the bakery remain unchanged. The low hum, the gentle movement of air, the contained heat of the oven. These sounds blend together into a smooth, continuous layer that supports rest rather than interrupting it. The baker steps away from the oven and returns to the quiet rhythm of waiting. There is nothing to adjust, nothing to check. The process has been set in motion and now requires only patience. The light remains steady. It does not flicker or brighten. It rests calmly across surfaces, maintaining the same soft tone. Shadows stay gentle and still. Your body responds to this consistency by sinking deeper into rest. Muscles loosen further, small areas of tension release without notice. Your posture settles naturally, supported by the chair and the warmth of the room. Time continues to move without drawing attention to itself. There is no sense of minutes passing, no feeling of progress being measured. The bakery allows time to remain open and unstructured. Inside the oven, the dough begins its quiet transformation. Heat encourages expansion, structure strengthens, moisture shifts. These changes happen slowly and evenly, without noise or visible movement. The bread forms itself without effort. The scent in the room deepens slightly. It is subtle at first, barely noticeable. A warm undertone begins to emerge, blending with the familiar smells already present. It does not announce itself. It simply becomes part of the air. You notice this change without focusing on it. The scent feels comforting rather than stimulating. It reinforces the sense that everything here is progressing gently and safely. Your thoughts continue to drift slowly. They arrive without urgency and fade without resistance. The bakery offers no sharp edges for them to cling to. The environment encourages your mind to remain soft and unstructured. The baker glances toward the oven briefly, then turns away again. There is no need to watch closely. Experience has taught that steady heat and time are enough. Trust replaces monitoring. This quiet trust settles into you as well. You do not need to check your state of rest. You do not need to evaluate how close sleep is. Your body knows how to move towards stillness when the conditions are right. The warmth in the bakery feels deeper now, more encompassing. It reaches into your core, encouraging further relaxation. Your breathing remains slow and even. Each breath flows smoothly into the next. The oven continues its quiet work. The bakery remains calm. The light stays soft. The sounds remain steady. Nothing new demands attention. Nothing interrupts the rhythm. As the first bake continues unseen behind the oven door, you remain held by warmth and patience. The room supports you fully, allowing your awareness to drift inward, away from effort and toward rest. The bakery does not rush toward completion. It allows the process to unfold naturally, trusting heat and time to do what they have always done. And as the warm air deepens and the quiet continues, you feel yourself sinking further into stillness, supported by steady warmth, gentle repetition, and the calm certainty that nothing needs to happen quickly here. As the baking continues, the bakery begins to change in a way that is felt more than noticed. There is no sudden shift, no clear moment when something new begins. The warmth remains steady, the light unchanged, The sounds calm and familiar, yet slowly, almost imperceptibly, the air carries something more. The first hint of bread forms quietly. It is not strong or sharp. It does not rush forward. It rests lightly in the air, blending with the warmth already present. The scent is gentle and rounded, like a memory rather than a signal. It does not demand attention. It simply exists, soft and reassuring. This smell carries no urgency. It does not tell you to prepare or react. It invites nothing. It comforts without asking. The bakery accepts it as part of the space, allowing it to settle naturally into corners, into fabric, into the wood of the tables and racks. You notice how your body responds without thought. Your breathing deepens slightly. Your chest feels open and relaxed. The scent does not stimulate hunger or anticipation. Instead, it brings a sense of safety, as if the room itself has become more complete. The oven continues its quiet work. Behind the closed door, the dough transforms steadily. Moisture shifts, heat circulates evenly. The surface of the bread begins to firm and color, but none of this is visible yet. The change happens without display, guided by time and warmth rather than force. The baker moves calmly nearby, aware of the process without focusing on it. There is no need to check constantly. The smell tells its own story, quietly and reliably. Experience has taught that this stage does not require intervention, only patience. The light in the bakery remains soft and even. It does not respond to the deepening scent. Shadows stay gentle. The room feels held, as if wrapped in an extra layer of comfort. You remain seated, your posture relaxed and supported. Your hands rest easily. Your shoulders feel heavy in a pleasant way. The chair holds you without effort. There is nothing you need to adjust. The scent grows slightly fuller over time, but never strong. It remains calm, never sweet or sharp. It is the smell of crust forming slowly, of heat doing its work evenly. It carries familiarity rather than excitement. This familiarity reaches inward, touching places that recognize it from other quiet moments. Early mornings, safe kitchens, warm rooms where nothing was expected of you. The smell carries these associations gently, without forming clear images or pulling you into memory. Your thoughts continue to slow. They do not follow the scent outward. They soften and drift, unanchored. The bakery does not encourage mental activity. It offers no narrative. It simply provides a stable environment where awareness can rest. The sounds remain constant, the low hum, the gentle movement of air, the steady presence of the oven. These sounds blend smoothly, supporting the atmosphere rather than interrupting it. Time stretches gently. Minutes pass without marking themselves. The bakery does not hurry toward completion. It allows the bread to become what it will become at its own pace. The baker pauses briefly, standing still as if listening to the room. There is no need to move, no need to act. The moment holds itself. You feel a deeper sense of ease settle into your body. Muscles remain loose. Your breathing stays slow and even. The space between breaths feels comfortable and unforced. The scent of bread continues to deepen gradually, filling the bakery with a quiet warmth that feels emotional as much as physical. It does not trigger appetite. It triggers calm. It signals that something is being cared for patiently and will be ready in its own time. This care extends to you. You are not being watched. You are not being evaluated. You are simply allowed to exist within the same warmth and patience. Your eyelids feel heavier now. Keeping them open requires effort that no longer feels necessary. Closing them feels natural and safe. The bakery remains the same whether you see it or not. The oven works quietly. The bread continues its transformation. The smell remains soft and constant. The room holds its calm. There is nothing you need to anticipate, nothing you need to wait for. The present moment is complete on its own. As the scent of crust settles deeper into the bakery, you drift further into rest, supported by warmth, familiarity, and the gentle certainty that everything here is unfolding exactly as it should. The warmth in the bakery continues to deepen, not suddenly, not in waves, but as a steady presence that settles into every surface. The oven holds its heat calmly, and that warmth moves outward in a gentle way, filling the room without pressure. The air feels slightly heavier now, rich with comfort, encouraging stillness rather than movement. Near the front of the bakery, the large window begins to change. It does not do so all at once. At first, the glass remains clear, reflecting the soft interior light and the quiet shapes of the room. Then, slowly, almost without notice, a thin layer of fog appears near the edges. It gathers gently, forming a soft blur that smooths the boundary between inside and outside. The fog on the glass is subtle. It does not obscure the view completely. It simply softens it. The street beyond becomes less distinct, its shapes losing sharpness. Lights outside stretch slightly, their edges fading into calm halos. The world beyond the bakery feels farther away now, as if it has been wrapped in distance. Inside, the light remains steady and warm. It reflects softly off the fogged glass, creating a gentle glow that fills the front of the room. Nothing flickers, nothing shifts suddenly. The consistency of the light reassures your senses, allowing them to remain relaxed and unguarded. You notice how this quiet change affects you. The softened window creates a feeling of shelter, as if the bakery has drawn its own boundary between warmth and cold, between calm and movement. The outside world no longer asks for attention. It rests behind the glass, distant and quiet. Your breathing remains slow and even. Each inhale feels supported by the warmth in the room. Each exhale releases a little more weight. Your chest feels open, your shoulders remain lowered. The chair continues to support you fully, without requiring adjustment. The scent of bread remains present, gentle and steady. It does not intensify suddenly. It simply lingers, blending with the warmth and the quiet light. The smell feels complete now, as if it has found its place and decided to stay. The bakery sounds continue unchanged. The low hum of equipment, the gentle movement of air, the contained warmth of the oven. These sounds remain predictable and soft, forming a stable background that supports rest. The baker moves calmly in the background, their presence barely noticeable. They adjust a cloth, check a surface, then return to stillness. Their movements respect the quiet that has settled into the room. You feel a deeper sense of safety now, not because anything has been added, but because nothing is changing. The fogged window reinforces this feeling. It creates a visual softness that mirrors the calm within you. Time feels less defined. Minutes do not mark themselves clearly. The bakery does not track them. It allows them to pass without comment. This absence of structure encourages your mind to release its usual need to follow or measure. Your thoughts drift slowly, appearing briefly and fading without effort. They do not connect to one another. They do not form narratives. They soften at the edges and dissolve into the warmth of the space. The fog on the window grows slightly thicker, but remains gentle. It smooths the outside lights further, turning them into quiet shapes rather than distinct points. The boundary between inside and outside feels complete now, secure and calm. Inside the bakery, everything remains steady. The light stays warm, the sounds stay soft, the warmth stays even. Nothing demands attention, nothing interrupts. Your eyelids feel heavier, resting comfortably. Opening them feels optional, closing them feels safe. The room remains unchanged regardless. The baker glances briefly toward the oven, then turns away again. There is no need to watch closely. The process continues on its own, supported by heat and time. You sink deeper into the chair. Your body feels heavy in a comforting way, as if gravity has increased slightly. encouraging rest. Your breathing remains slow and rhythmic. The fogged window holds the quiet light. The warmth holds the room. The bakery holds you. There is nothing you need to prepare for, nothing you need to anticipate. The present moment is complete, wrapped in softness and warmth. As the window remains gently fogged and the light stays calm, you drift further into stillness, supported by quiet boundaries, steady warmth, and the simple comfort of being sheltered from the world outside. The bakery has settled into a deep and steady quiet, but it is not silent. Silence would feel empty here. Instead, the room is filled with small, familiar sounds that exist without intention, sounds that do not ask to be noticed but remain present all the same. These sounds are gentle and predictable, and because of that, they feel safe. There is the low hum of equipment somewhere behind the walls. It does not change in pitch or rhythm. It stays constant, like a soft line drawn through the air. This sound has been here long before you arrived and will remain long after. It does not react to movement or time. It simply continues. Air moves slowly through the room. You can sense it more than hear it. A fan turns at a steady pace, never speeding up, never slowing down. The movement of air feels smooth and balanced, keeping the warmth evenly distributed without creating a draft. The air carries the scent of bread gently, without pushing it forward. Occasionally, the oven releases a quiet sound as heat circulates within it. It is not loud or sharp. It is a contained sound, rounded by insulation and familiarity. It feels reassuring rather than alerting, as if the oven itself is breathing calmly. These sounds blend together without competing. None of them rise above the others. None demand focus. They form a single layer of presence that fills the bakery evenly, creating a sound environment that feels stable and complete. You notice how your body responds to this consistency. Your breathing remains slow and even, guided by the steady background rather than conscious effort. Each inhale feels natural. Each exhale releases gently, without resistance. The chair supports you fully now. You no longer shift or adjust. Your body has found a position that feels balanced and comfortable. Your legs rest heavily. Your arms feel loose. Your hands remain relaxed, no longer holding anything. The baker moves quietly nearby. A soft step, a cloth folded, a tray adjusted slightly on a rack. These sounds are brief and muted, absorbed by the room before they can stand out. The baker does not move often, and when they do, it feels intentional and calm. There is no conversation, no spoken words. The bakery communicates through routine rather than language. The sounds here are not messages. They are simply signs that everything is functioning as it should. This absence of verbal sound allows your mind to rest more deeply. There is nothing to interpret, nothing to respond to, nothing that asks you to stay alert. The smell of bread remains present, steady and familiar. It does not grow stronger or fade. It stays at the same gentle level, reinforcing the feeling that the environment is stable and predictable. Time continues to stretch quietly. You do not sense minutes passing. The bakery does not mark them. There are no clocks drawing attention, no timers sounding. Time here feels wide and open, without structure. Your thoughts slow further now. They no longer arrive in clear shapes. Instead, they drift as vague impressions, appearing briefly before dissolving. The steady sounds give them no place to anchor. The warmth in the room remains even. It does not pulse or shift. It settles into your body gradually, encouraging deeper relaxation. Your shoulders sink slightly more. Your chest feels open and unguarded. The background hum continues unchanged. The air moves gently. The oven breathes quietly. The baker remains present without intrusion. These small, familiar sounds create a sense of normalcy that is deeply calming. They signal that nothing is wrong, nothing is breaking, Nothing needs attention. Everything is continuing as expected. Your eyelids feel heavier now. Keeping them open feels optional rather than necessary. Closing them does not change the room. The sounds continue whether you watch or not. Your awareness drifts inward, guided by the consistency of the environment. Sensations blur gently together. Warmth, sound, stillness, and scent merge into a single soothing experience. The bakery holds this calm carefully. It does not introduce anything new. It does not disrupt its own rhythm. It remains steady and predictable, allowing rest to deepen naturally. Your breathing remains slow and regular. The pauses between breaths feel comfortable and unforced. Your body no longer signals readiness. It signals rest. The small sounds continue their quiet presence. They do not fade completely, but they soften at the edges, becoming part of the background of your awareness rather than the focus. The baker moves once more, then becomes still again. The oven continues its work. The air remains warm and balanced. There is nothing you need to do, nothing you need to listen for. The sounds exist for their own sake, not to guide you. As these familiar, steady sounds continue, your mind releases its last traces of alertness. The environment supports this shift fully, offering no interruption, no demand, no change. And within this gentle soundscape, you drift further into stillness, supported by warmth, repetition, and the quiet certainty that everything around you is calm and complete. After the quiet sounds have settled into their steady rhythm, the bakery reaches a moment where nothing new begins and nothing has fully ended. It is a pause that exists naturally, without intention. The first batch continues its slow work inside the oven, unseen and uninterrupted, while the next steps wait patiently in the background. This space between actions feels unclaimed by urgency, open and calm. The baker remains nearby, but there is no active task pulling their attention. They stand or sit quietly, allowing the room to hold itself. This stillness is not empty. It is full in a quiet way, filled with warmth, scent, and the soft presence of routine. The bakery has learned that these moments are just as important as movement. You feel this pause settle into you. There is nothing you need to follow, nothing you need to anticipate. The moment does not ask you to prepare for what comes next. It allows you to remain exactly where you are, supported by the same warmth and consistency that has carried you through the night. The oven continues its steady presence. Heat circulates gently inside, doing its work without sound or display. The bakery trusts this process completely. There is no need to check or intervene. The door remains closed. The warmth remains contained. The light in the room stays unchanged. It rests evenly across the counters, the racks, and the floor. Shadows remain soft and still. Nothing flickers. Nothing shifts unexpectedly. This visual consistency reinforces the sense that the environment is stable and reliable. Your body responds to this extended stillness by sinking deeper into rest. Muscles that were holding subtle tension release further. Your shoulders feel heavy in a comforting way. Your breathing remains slow and steady, each breath flowing smoothly into the next. The scent of bread remains present, warm and gentle. It does not grow stronger or fade away. It feels settled now, as if it has found its place in the room and decided to remain there quietly. The scent does not stimulate thought. It supports calm. The baker moves only once or twice, perhaps adjusting a cloth or straightening a tray. Each movement is small and careful, creating no disruption. The sounds are brief and muted, absorbed by the space before they can stand out. This pause between batches carries a sense of completeness. Nothing feels unfinished. Nothing feels delayed. The bakery does not experience waiting as a problem. It experiences it as part of the rhythm. You notice how this changes your own relationship with time. There is no sense of passing minutes, no internal urge to mark progress. The The moment stretches comfortably, allowing awareness to soften rather than focus. Your thoughts move slowly now, if they move at all. They arrive without shape and leave without resistance. The steady environment gives them no structure to build upon. They dissolve naturally into the background. The warmth of the bakery feels deeper, reaching into your chest and abdomen. Your posture remains relaxed. Your hands rest easily. Your body feels supported without effort. The sounds in the room continue unchanged. The low hum, the gentle movement of air, the quiet breath of the oven. These sounds blend seamlessly, forming a stable background that remains constant through the pause. The baker remains calm and unhurried, trusting the process completely. This trust extends into the room, settling into every surface and every breath. Nothing is rushed, nothing is forced. You feel a similar trust developing within you. There is no need to guide yourself toward sleep. There is no need to check whether rest is happening correctly. Your body knows how to follow calm when it is offered consistently. Your eyelids feel heavier now, resting comfortably. Opening them feels unnecessary. Closing them feels natural. The bakery remains the same whether you observe it or not. The pause continues without pressure. The first batch bakes quietly. The next steps wait patiently. The bakery exists in this balanced state, neither beginning nor ending. This in-between moment feels especially gentle. It carries no expectation. It asks nothing. It allows everything to remain as it is. You sense how deeply your awareness has softened. The edges of sensation blur. Warmth, sound, and stillness blend together into a single, comforting experience. Your breathing remains slow and even, guided by the environment rather than thought. The baker eventually shifts slightly, preparing to move forward when the time feels right, but for now, nothing changes. The pause holds. The bakery remains patient. It understands that rest does not require justification. It allows this stillness to exist fully before the next movement begins. You are held by this moment, supported by warmth, repetition, and the quiet certainty that nothing needs to happen quickly here. As the pause stretches gently onward, you drift deeper into rest, carried by the calm between actions, where nothing is demanded and nothing is missing. Outside the bakery, the night begins to loosen its hold. This change does not arrive suddenly. It does not announce itself with sound or movement. It happens quietly, almost invisibly, as the darkness softens at the edges. The street beyond the window starts to carry a different kind of stillness, one that belongs to early morning rather than deep night. Inside the bakery, nothing responds to this shift. The warmth remains steady. The light stays soft and even. The sounds continue at the same calm level. The bakery does not hurry to match the outside world. It keeps its own rhythm, patient and unbroken. Through the fog glass of the window, faint shapes begin to take form. The outlines of buildings become slightly clearer. A distant light remains on where another room is just beginning its day. These details appear gently, without contrast or sharpness. The glass softens them, turning the outside world into something muted and distant. The bakery holds its boundary carefully. The warmth inside does not escape quickly. The cool air outside does not enter. The window remains a quiet divider between two different paces of existence. Inside, time stretches slowly. Outside, it begins to move again. You remain seated, supported by the same calm that has held you throughout the night. The subtle changes beyond the window do not pull at your attention. They do not invite response. They remain background, distant and softened. Your breathing stays slow and even. Each inhale feels gentle. Each exhale releases without effort. Your body remains settled, unaffected by the subtle awakening of the street. A faint sound reaches the window from far away, perhaps a distant vehicle moving slowly, perhaps the quiet opening of another door down the street. These sounds are muffled by distance and glass. They do not enter the bakery fully. They fade before they can gather weight. Inside, the bakery sounds remain unchanged. The low hum continues. The gentle movement of air stays steady. The oven breathes quietly, doing its work without interruption. The baker remains calm, aware of the passage of time without responding to it. There is no rush to finish, no pressure to prepare for customers. This early moment belongs to patience, not performance. The light inside the bakery continues to glow softly, unchanged by the growing brightness outside. It rests gently on surfaces, maintaining the same warm tone. Shadows remain soft, nothing sharpens. You feel how this contrast affects your body. The outside world begins to stir, but inside, everything remains still. This difference creates a sense of protection, as if the bakery has chosen to remain quiet for a little longer, holding space for rest. Your muscles remain loose, your shoulders stay heavy, your hands rest easily. There is no signal from your body urging movement. The chair continues to support you fully. The scent of bread remains present, warm and steady. It does not compete with the faint changes outside. It anchors the room in comfort and familiarity. The window holds the outside world gently at a distance. The fog on the glass persists, softening shapes and light. The boundary remains intact, allowing you to remain inside this calm without distraction. Your thoughts remain slow and unstructured. They do not respond to the subtle awakening beyond the glass. They drift quietly, then fade. The bakery offers no reason to re-engage with the outside pace. The baker moves once, perhaps checking the oven with a brief glance, then returns to stillness. There is no urgency in the motion. The process continues on its own. Time inside the bakery remains open and unmeasured. There is no sense of minutes passing. The environment allows this moment to extend naturally. Outside, the street continues its gradual transition. Light increases slowly. Movement begins far away, but none of it presses inward. The bakery remains unchanged, holding its calm deliberately. You feel how deeply settled you are now. Awareness has softened. Sensations blend together gently. Warmth, sound, and stillness merge into a single, supportive presence. Your eyelids feel heavy, resting comfortably. Opening them feels optional. Closing them feels safe. The bakery remains the same whether you observe it or not. The contrast between inside and outside grows slightly stronger as morning approaches, yet the bakery chooses not to respond. It maintains its steady rhythm, allowing rest to continue uninterrupted. You remain held within this quiet pocket of time. The world beyond the window can move at its own pace. Here, nothing changes. The bakery stays calm as the street wakes. The warmth remains steady. The sounds remain gentle. The light stays soft. And within this protected stillness, you drift deeper into rest, supported by the quiet certainty that you do not need to follow the outside world just yet. As the morning continues to approach, the bakery remains wrapped in its own quiet rhythm. The warmth holds steady, and the light stays soft and even. The calm inside has not shifted, even as the world beyond the window begins to move a little more freely. This is the moment when a few early arrivals begin to appear, not all at once and never loudly. The door opens gently, just as it did when you arrived. There is no sharp sound, no sudden rush of air. The warmth inside the bakery remains intact, meeting the cool from outside without resistance. The door closes again softly, restoring the same calm that filled the room moments before. The first customer enters quietly, moving slowly, as if they understand the atmosphere instinctively. Their footsteps are light. They do not speak right away. They pause, allowing their body to adjust to the warmth. to the scent of bread, to the steady stillness that the bakery has preserved through the night. There is no greeting spoken loudly. If words are exchanged, they are low and brief. Voices remain soft, measured, respectful of the space. The bakery does not encourage conversation. It allows presence without performance. You remain seated, untouched by this gentle arrival. The presence of another person does not disrupt the calm. It adds to it in a subtle way, reinforcing the sense that this is a shared space where quiet is understood and valued. The customer stands patiently, not checking the time, not shifting with impatience. They seem content to wait, knowing that the bakery works at its own pace. Their posture is relaxed. Their movements are minimal. The baker responds in the same quiet manner. A nod, a few soft words, nothing more than necessary. There is no rush to serve, no sense of urgency. The interaction remains calm and unforced. Another customer arrives some time later, entering with the same gentle care. The door opens and closes quietly once more. The warmth remains steady. The sounds inside the bakery do not change. These early customers keep their distance from one another. They do not crowd. They do not compete for attention. Each person occupies their own small space, comfortable and unhurried. The bakery allows this separation naturally, without instruction. Your breathing remains slow and even. The soft voices do not pull you back into alertness. They remain part of the background, blending with the steady hum and gentle movement of air. No word stands out. No phrase lingers. The scent of bread continues to rest in the air, warm and familiar. It wraps around the quiet exchanges without changing them. The smell remains calming, not stimulating. You notice how this environment shapes behavior. People move more slowly here. They speak more softly. They wait without frustration. The bakery sets the tone, and those who enter adapt without being told. The baker moves calmly behind the counter, preparing simple packages, handling bread with care. Paper rustles softly. A tray is moved gently. Every sound remains contained, never rising above the steady background. Coins or payment are exchanged quietly, without clatter. Hands move slowly. There is no sharp noise to interrupt the calm. Even these small transactions feel softened by the space. You remain in your seat, supported by the same warmth and stillness. The presence of others does not require response. You do not need to acknowledge them. You are allowed to remain exactly where you are, undisturbed. The customers do not linger long. They take what they came for without ceremony. They move toward the door quietly, opening it gently, closing it softly behind them. Each departure leaves the bakery just as calm as before. The rhythm continues. A brief arrival, a soft exchange, a quiet departure. None of it disrupts the stillness that has settled so deeply into the room. Your body remains relaxed. Your muscles stay loose. Your shoulders remain heavy. Your breathing continues its slow, natural rhythm. The gentle presence of others does not pull you back into the outside world. The bakery absorbs each interaction effortlessly. It does not become busier. It does not grow louder. It simply continues, steady and calm, allowing people to pass through without changing its nature. The baker returns to stillness once more. The oven continues its quiet work. The warmth remains constant. The light stays soft. You feel how complete this moment is. Nothing is missing. Nothing is required. The early morning has arrived, but it has done so gently, without forcing itself into the space. Your eyelids feel heavy now, resting comfortably. Opening them feels unnecessary. Closing them feels natural. The bakery remains the same whether you watch or not. The soft voices fade completely as the last early customer leaves. The door closes gently once again. The calm inside remains uninterrupted. The bakery settles back into its steady rhythm, holding the warmth, the light, and the quiet without effort. And within this gentle presence of others who come and go without disturbance, you drift deeper into rest, supported by kindness, distance, and the understanding that you do not need to engage with the world as it begins to wake. The bakery continues its morning routine without altering its calm. Each action unfolds slowly, guided by habit rather than urgency. The space remains warm and steady, holding its gentle rhythm even as small exchanges take place near the counter. Nothing feels rushed, nothing feels loud. Paper bags are lifted from a stack one at a time. They separate with a soft, dry sound that settles quickly into the background. The baker opens each bag carefully, shaping it with calm hands before placing bread inside. The movement is deliberate and smooth, never abrupt. The bag accepts its contents quietly, folding closed without resistance. You notice how even these small sounds feel softened by the room. Paper does not crinkle sharply here. It rustles gently, as if the bakery itself absorbs the edges of each sound. The counter does not echo. The walls do not amplify. Everything feels contained and balanced. Quiet exchanges continue at the counter. A few words are spoken, low and measured. Voices do not rise or fall dramatically. They remain even, respectful of the space. The bakery does not encourage conversation, but it allows simple communication to pass through without disturbance. Coins are placed gently on the counter, never dropped. The sound they make is dull and brief, softened by careful handling. There is no clatter, no sharp ring. The baker gathers them calmly, returning change with the same care. Each movement feels intentional, guided by the understanding that calm is preserved through small choices. You remain seated, unaffected by these exchanges. The gentle activity near the counter does not pull your attention forward. It remains part of the background, blending with the steady hum and warm air. Your body stays relaxed, supported by the same stillness that has carried you through the night. The warmth in the bakery remains unchanged. It continues to settle into your chest and shoulders, encouraging further relaxation. Your breathing stays slow and even, each breath flowing naturally into the next. The scent of bread lingers steadily, wrapping around the quiet transactions without changing them. It remains comforting rather than stimulating, reinforcing the sense that this space exists outside of urgency. The baker moves carefully between tasks, never stacking movements too closely together. A bag is folded, a loaf is placed gently inside, a tray is set aside. Each step is taken separately, allowing the room to absorb the action before the next begins. Customers receive their bread without ceremony. They do not linger. They do not hurry. They accept the exchange quietly and move toward the door with the same care they used to enter. The door opens softly, closes gently, and the calm inside remains intact. You feel how this consistency affects your awareness. There is no sudden change to respond to, no shift that demands attention. The bakery continues to hold its steady tone, allowing your mind to remain soft and unstructured. Your eyelids feel heavier now, resting comfortably. Opening them feels optional, closing them feels natural. The room remains the same, whether you observe it or not. The paper bags stack neatly again. Coins are placed out of sight. The counter is wiped lightly, leaving no trace of the exchange. The bakery resets itself quietly after each interaction, returning to stillness with ease. The sounds remain gentle, the rustle of paper, the muted placement of coins, the low hum of equipment, the movement of air. These sounds blend together seamlessly, creating a smooth and predictable background. Your body remains heavy and supported. Muscles stay loose. Your posture does not change. The chair continues to hold you without effort. The baker steps away from the counter and returns to the rhythm of waiting. The oven continues its quiet work. The warmth remains steady. The light stays soft. Time inside the bakery remains open and unmeasured. There is no sense of progress being tracked. The moment feels complete without moving forward. You notice how deeply the calm has settled into you. Sensations blur gently together. Warmth, sound, and stillness merge into a single, comforting experience. Your breathing remains slow and rhythmic. The bakery does not rush toward its next task. It allows this phase to exist fully, honoring the quiet between actions as much as the actions themselves. The final early customers leave quietly. The door closes softly once more. The bakery remains unchanged, holding its calm without effort. You remain supported by this steady environment. There is nothing you need to prepare for, nothing you need to respond to. The space continues to offer rest without demand. As paper bags are folded away and coins rest quietly out of sight, the bakery settles deeper into its gentle morning rhythm, and you drift further into stillness, supported by softness, repetition, and the quiet certainty that nothing needs to happen quickly here. As the bakery continues its gentle morning flow, you remain where you are, settled into the same warm corner that has held you since before the day began to stir. Nothing has asked you to move. Nothing has suggested that your place here is temporary. The space accepts your stillness without question. The activity near the counter fades naturally as the last quiet exchanges conclude. The baker returns to a slower rhythm, allowing the room to breathe again. The warmth remains steady, neither increasing nor fading. It rests in the air, in the walls, and in your body, creating a sense of enclosure that feels safe and complete. You notice how little effort it takes to remain here. Your body feels heavy in a comforting way, as if it has settled into the chair fully at last. Your shoulders rest low. Your hands lie easily, no longer holding anything. There is no tension asking for release. It has already softened on its own. The sounds in the bakery remain predictable and calm. The low hum continues. The movement of air stays even. The oven maintains its quiet presence, doing its work without drawing attention. These sounds no longer register as individual elements. They blend into a single, steady layer that supports rest. The light remains unchanged. It does not respond to the passage of time or the movement of people. It continues to glow softly, smoothing edges and softening surfaces. Shadows stay gentle and still. The room feels consistent, dependable, and unhurried. You feel a deeper sense of separation now between this space and everything outside it. The world beyond the window continues to wake, but it feels distant and irrelevant. Here, the pace remains slow and deliberate. Nothing pulls you outward. Your breathing stays slow and even. Each breath feels natural and complete. The pauses between breaths stretch comfortably, allowing your body to sink further into rest. There is no effort involved. The rhythm feels automatic, guided by the calm around you. Thoughts drift through your mind softly, if they appear at all. They do not form clear shapes. They do not connect to one another. They pass gently, like warm air moving through the room, leaving no trace behind. The baker moves occasionally, but their presence does not intrude. A surface is wiped lightly. A tray is adjusted quietly. Each movement respects the stillness that has settled so deeply into the space. The bakery seems to protect its own calm. You remain unbothered by these small motions. They do not call for attention. They remain part of the background, reinforcing the sense that everything here continues smoothly without needing your involvement. The scent of bread remains soft and steady. It does not change or intensify. It feels settled now, fully integrated into the atmosphere. The smell does not stimulate thought or memory. It simply supports comfort. Your eyelids feel heavy, resting comfortably. Keeping them open feels unnecessary. Closing them feels natural and safe. The bakery remains the same whether you watch it or not. Nothing changes in response to your awareness. Time feels wide and open. There is no sense of minutes passing. The bakery does not mark them. The moment stretches gently, allowing rest to deepen without pressure. Your body responds by sinking further into stillness. Muscles relax completely. Your posture settles into a position that feels balanced and effortless. The chair supports you fully, without requiring adjustment. The warmth in the room feels deeper now, reaching into your chest and abdomen. It encourages a sense of calm that feels internal rather than environmental. Your body recognizes that it is safe to rest fully. The bakery continues its quiet rhythm. Nothing accelerates, nothing demands attention. The environment remains consistent, predictable, and calm. You notice how little separation there is now between yourself and the space around you. The boundary softens. Warmth, sound, and stillness blend together gently. Awareness drifts inward, away from effort and toward rest. The baker eventually steps away, allowing the room to settle completely. The oven continues its work. The warmth remains steady. The light stays soft. You remain in your warm corner, unbothered by the world beyond the bakery walls. There is nothing you need to respond to, nothing you need to prepare for. The space holds you without expectation. As the bakery continues its gentle morning flow, you drift deeper into stillness, supported by warmth, repetition, and the quiet certainty that you are allowed to rest here, undisturbed and unhurried. The bakery settles into a rhythm that no longer changes. It is not the rhythm of beginning or ending, but the rhythm of continuation. The morning has arrived fully now, yet nothing inside feels hurried or bright. The space has found its balance, and it holds that balance gently without effort. The baker moves with quiet certainty, guided by habit rather than thought. Each task follows the one before it naturally. There is no need to decide what comes next. The body knows, the hands know, the routine unfolds smoothly, without pause or pressure. You remain in your warm corner, aware of this flow without needing to follow it. The activity around you no longer registers as something separate. It blends into the same calm presence that has filled the room since before dawn. The bakery feels complete, as if it has reached a steady state that does not require attention. The warmth remains even and supportive. It does not increase or fade. It simply stays, settling into your body and encouraging deeper rest. Your breathing remains slow and steady, each breath flowing naturally into the next. The pauses between breaths feel comfortable and unforced. The sounds of the bakery continue at the same gentle level. The hum remains low and constant. The movement of air stays smooth and balanced. The oven continues its quiet work, now part of the background rather than a point of focus. These sounds no longer feel external. They feel like part of the environment that supports you. The light remains soft and consistent. It does not shift with the passing minutes. It rests calmly on surfaces, maintaining the same warm tone. Shadows stay gentle. Nothing sharpens. Nothing demands attention. You notice how little effort it takes now to remain still. Your body feels heavy in a comforting way, fully supported by the chair. Muscles remain relaxed. Your shoulders stay low. Your hands rest easily, no longer holding or preparing for anything. Thoughts drift through your awareness slowly, if they appear at all. They arrive without urgency and leave without resistance. They do not connect. They do not form narratives. The steady environment gives them no structure to build upon. The bakery continues its flow without interruption. Bread is moved quietly. Surfaces are cleaned gently. Tools are returned to their places with care. Each action feels separate and complete, never rushed, never overlapping too closely with the next. You feel a growing sense of detachment from effort itself. There is nothing you need to do, nothing you need to manage. The environment carries itself, and in doing so, it carries you as well. The scent of bread remains present, warm, and familiar. It no longer changes. It feels settled, as if it has reached its final form. The smell does not stimulate thought or appetite. It reinforces comfort and safety. Your eyelids feel heavy now, resting comfortably. Keeping them open feels unnecessary. Closing them feels natural and safe. The bakery remains the same, whether you observe it or not. Nothing changes in response to your awareness. Time inside the bakery feels wide and open. There is no sense of minutes passing. The rhythm continues without marking progress. The space does not ask you to follow along. It allows you to drift freely. You notice how deeply your awareness has softened. Sensations blur gently together. Warmth, sound, and stillness merge into a single, calming presence. Your breathing remains slow and even, guided by the environment rather than thought. The baker remains present but unobtrusive. Their movements no longer register as events. They are simply part of the steady flow that fills the room. The bakery feels self-sustaining now, complete without observation. Your body responds by letting go further. Any remaining tension releases quietly. Your posture settles fully. The chair supports you without effort. The warmth reaches deeper, encouraging complete rest. The outside world no longer feels relevant. The street beyond the window continues its day, but it remains distant and muted. Inside, nothing changes. The bakery holds its calm deliberately, maintaining the same gentle pace. You feel how easy it is now to remain here without thought. Awareness drifts inward naturally. The boundaries between yourself and the space soften further. You are no longer observing the bakery. You are simply part of its stillness. The flow continues without interruption. Nothing speeds up. Nothing slows down. Everything remains balanced and calm. Your breathing remains steady. Your body remains heavy and supported. Your mind remains quiet and unstructured. There is no need to anticipate what comes next. The present moment is complete on its own. The bakery has found its flow, and within that flow, you are free to let go. As the steady rhythm continues around you, you drift deeper into rest, supported by warmth, repetition, and the quiet certainty that nothing needs to be done, nothing needs to be followed, and nothing needs to change. The warmth of the bakery no longer feels like something that surrounds you. It feels as though it has become part of you. The heat from the oven spreads evenly through the room, not as a wave or a change, but as a constant presence that settles and stays. It is the kind of warmth that does not demand attention. It simply exists, holding everything gently in place. The oven continues its quiet work without interruption. Inside, heat circulates steadily, maintaining a balance that never wavers. There are no sudden sounds, no sharp releases of air. The oven breathes softly, doing exactly what it has done countless times before. The bakery trusts this process completely, and the trust fills the room. You remain in your seat, feeling the warmth settle deeper into your body. It rests across your shoulders and chest, moving slowly downward, easing tension as it goes. Your breathing remains slow and even, guided by comfort rather than thought. Each breath feels supported, as if the air itself has grown heavier and kinder. The warmth feels layered now. It is not just in the air, but in the walls, the floor, the furniture. It radiates outward in a steady way, forming an invisible blanket that covers the entire space. There are no cool edges, no sudden shifts. Everything feels evenly held. The sounds of the bakery continue at their familiar level. The low hum remains constant. The gentle movement of air stays smooth. The oven maintains its quiet presence. These sounds no longer register as separate elements. They blend together into a soft background that supports stillness. Your body responds by settling further. Muscles release without effort. Your shoulders sink slightly more. Your hands remain relaxed, resting easily. The chair supports you fully, requiring no adjustment. Thoughts drift slowly through your awareness, if they appear at all. They arrive without urgency and fade without resistance. The warmth leaves little space for mental activity. It encourages stillness rather than focus. The light remains soft and even. It does not respond to the heat or the passing of time. It rests gently on surfaces, maintaining the same warm tone. Shadows remain smooth and unbroken. Nothing flickers. Nothing changes. You feel a deeper sense of enclosure now, as if the bakery has wrapped itself around you protectively. The warmth acts as a barrier between you and anything outside this space. The world beyond the walls feels distant and unimportant. The baker continues their routine quietly, moving within the warmth without disturbing it. Each action is slow and deliberate. A tray is moved gently, a surface is wiped lightly. Tools are returned to their places with care. Nothing disrupts the steady atmosphere. Your eyelids feel heavy, resting comfortably. Keeping them open feels unnecessary. Closing them feels safe and natural. The bakery remains the same whether you observe it or not. Nothing changes in response. Time feels wide and unmeasured. There is no sense of progression or urgency. The bakery does not track minutes. It allows them to pass quietly, without marking their presence. The warmth continues to deepen, not in intensity, but in familiarity. It feels increasingly internal, as if your body has accepted it completely. Your breathing remains slow and rhythmic, each breath flowing easily into the next. The scent of bread remains present, warm and settled. It does not shift or intensify. It blends seamlessly with the warmth, reinforcing the sense of comfort and safety. You notice how little separation remains between your body and the environment. Warmth, sound, and stillness merge together, forming a single, cohesive experience. Awareness drifts inward, away from effort and toward rest. The oven continues its quiet work. The bakery holds its steady rhythm. Nothing accelerates, nothing fades away. Your body remains heavy and supported. Muscles stay loose. Your posture remains balanced and effortless. There is no signal urging movement or attention. The warmth feels like a steady blanket now, covering you completely. It supports stillness. It encourages rest. It does not demand anything in return. As the oven heat continues its gentle presence, you drift deeper into calm, supported by warmth, repetition, and the quiet certainty that you are held safely within this space, free to let go completely. At some point, the details of the bakery begin to lose their edges, not because they disappear, but because they no longer need to be held in focus. The room remains exactly as it has been, steady and calm, yet your awareness no longer moves from object to object. It rests instead in a general sense of comfort that fills the space evenly. The warmth becomes the most present sensation, though even that does not stand out sharply. It is simply there, constant and reliable. It settles around your body without pressing. It does not change or demand attention. It feels as though it has always been this way. The oven continues its quiet work, but the sound blends completely into the background. The hum no longer registers as something separate. It becomes part of the environment that supports you, like the feeling of a room holding its temperature steadily through the night. Your breathing remains slow and even. Each breath feels automatic now, requiring no awareness or adjustment. The rise and fall of your chest is gentle and unforced. The pauses between breaths stretch comfortably, as if time itself has slowed to match your body. The chair beneath you continues to support your weight without effort. You no longer notice the points of contact. The sense of pressure softens, spreading evenly until it feels less like sitting and more like being held. Your hands rest loosely, no longer signaling tension or readiness. Fingers remain relaxed, There is no urge to move them. They feel warm and heavy, settled into stillness. The light in the bakery remains unchanged, but you no longer track it consciously. Whether your eyes are open or closed makes little difference now. The room exists independently of your attention, steady and calm. Thoughts appear rarely, and when they do, they feel distant and incomplete. They do not form sentences. They do not ask questions. They pass through like faint impressions, dissolving before they can take shape. The scent of bread remains present, but it no longer registers as a smell to identify. It feels more like a background warmth, something familiar and reassuring that does not need to be named. The bakery continues its gentle rhythm without interruption. The baker moves occasionally, but the movements no longer register as events. They are simply part of the steady flow that fills the space. Time feels indistinct now. There is no sense of before or after. The present moment stretches softly, without boundaries. The bakery does not mark it. It allows it to remain open and unstructured. Your body responds by letting go even further. Muscles release completely. There is no remaining tension to notice. Your posture feels balanced and effortless, as if gravity itself has softened. The warmth deepens in a way that feels internal rather than external. It settles into your chest and abdomen, creating a sense of calm that feels stable and secure. There is no fluctuation, no shift, just a steady presence. Sounds in the room blend together fully now. The hum, the air, the oven, all merge into a single, indistinct layer. You no longer separate them. They simply exist, supporting rest. Your eyelids rest comfortably, closed without effort. There is no impulse to open them. The world behind them feels calm and unchanging. The boundary between yourself and the bakery softens further. You are no longer observing the space. You are simply within it, supported by the same warmth and stillness that fill the room. Breathing continues quietly. Warmth continues steadily. The bakery continues without interruption. Nothing new enters your awareness. Nothing asks for response. The environment remains consistent and predictable, allowing your nervous system to remain fully at ease. If awareness shifts at all, it shifts inward, away from sensation and toward stillness. The edges of experience blur gently, leaving only a sense of comfort and safety behind. The bakery does not signal an ending. It does not announce completion. It simply continues, steady and calm, allowing rest to deepen naturally. The last thing you notice is warmth, not as a sensation to focus on, but as a quiet certainty that everything is held and nothing is required. And within that warmth, awareness softens completely, supported by stillness, repetition, and the gentle assurance that there is nowhere else to be and nothing else to do. There is no clear moment when rest becomes sleep. The transition happens quietly, without signal or announcement. Awareness does not stop all at once. It softens gradually, like a light dimming so slowly that the change is felt rather than seen. The bakery remains steady and calm, continuing exactly as it has been, while your attention drifts inward without effort. Warmth remains present, but it no longer feels like something outside of you. It feels integrated, as if your body has accepted it fully. The air around you stays gentle and even. There is no change in temperature, no fluctuation. Everything remains balanced and supportive. Your breathing continues its slow, natural rhythm. Inhale and exhale move smoothly into one another. The pauses between breaths lengthen comfortably, not because you guide them, but because the body has settled into a pace that requires no supervision. Each breath feels complete on its own. The chair continues to support you, but the sense of contact fades slightly. The boundaries of your body soften. Pressure spreads evenly, becoming less noticeable. Sitting feels less like a position and more like a state of being held. The sounds of the bakery blend fully into the background. They no longer register as separate elements. The hum, the movement of air, the quiet presence of the oven all merge into a single, indistinct layer that carries no information. It is simply there, constant and reliable. Light remains unchanged, but it no longer matters whether your eyes are open or closed. Visual awareness fades naturally, replaced by a general sense of calm. Shapes and surfaces no longer hold attention. The room exists without needing to be observed. Thoughts no longer form clearly. If they appear, they do so without structure or direction. They dissolve almost immediately, leaving no trace behind. There is no effort involved in letting them go. They simply do not find a place to stay. The scent of bread remains faintly present, but even that becomes part of the background. It is no longer identified as a smell. It feels like warmth, familiarity, and safety combined into a single, gentle presence. Time loses definition. There is no sense of duration or sequence. Moments do not stack or move forward. They exist softly, one blending into the next without boundary. The bakery does not track time, and neither do you. Your body continues to release what little tension remains. Muscles rest fully, the jaw stays loose, the shoulders remain low, the chest feels open and unguarded. There is no readiness left to maintain. Awareness drifts further inward, not toward thought, but toward stillness. Sensation fades at the edges. Warmth, sound, and breath merge into a single experience that feels stable and complete. The bakery continues its gentle existence without interruption. The baker moves quietly somewhere beyond your awareness, but the movement no longer registers. The oven continues its steady work. The environment remains predictable and calm. There is no expectation of waking, no need to remain aware. The space does not require your presence. It simply holds it while it lasts. Your breathing remains slow and regular. The body follows its own rhythm, uninterrupted and unobserved. Each breath flows naturally into the next, without pause or adjustment. The sense of self softens, boundaries blur. The difference between inside and outside becomes less distinct. Warmth and stillness feel all-encompassing. Nothing new enters awareness. Nothing asks for response. The environment remains unchanged, offering no reason to return to alertness. Rest deepens without effort. The transition continues quietly, without markers. Sleep approaches not as an event, but as a natural continuation of calm. The bakery remains exactly as it has been, warm, steady, patient. It does not signal an ending. It does not close the moment. It allows it to remain open. Breathing continues. Warmth continues. Stillness continues. Awareness fades gently, like a sound moving farther away without ever stopping completely. There is no final thought, no concluding image, no moment to remember. Only softness remains, steady and uninterrupted, allowing sleep to take over slowly and completely.